Let me test my microphone. Let me double check. I'm not sure if it's connected. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me turn it on. Here we go. Story. Live stream. I guess it won't let me send it if it's already. I think this microphone might be too sensitive. Lower it. Okay, it should. I forget, I still have my phone charged. I can't move it. Awesome. I always feel like I'm forgetting something, but I don't know. So I'm really tired, and I'm just gonna start. Right now, we have a diagonal line, and I don't think you guys can see it, but let me see. How well does it show up if I need to? Barely shows up. I need to configure. Where is it? Configure. Okay. That's okay, but it's not what I wanted. Maybe something dark, but not too dark. I don't know, 7. It would have worked better if I had the windows closed. I mean, the curtains. But it's still not bad. I could probably zoom in on this better, though. Awesome. You can see me a little bit on the reflection. Let me change my music. So I'm thinking about using the color red because I feel like red is the color I want to use today right now. I need a good song. All right, so haven't been able to sleep. I want smaller, like 2.5. All right. I don't have a plan. Wow, that's beautiful. Oh, I just realized if I make it too big, I actually can't change it, but that's all right. Well, that's a good point. Also, where is the stabilization? It's at 0? That's weird. I'm actually surprised I even did it this well with 0 stabilization. Man, I'm so tired. Need to turn on the fan. I hope everything's gonna be okay. Let me move my chair. I don't. Oh my gosh. I just thought of something stupid. Don't worry. It's just. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize there's 2 views watching, but if no one's typing, I won't say anything. I'll just continue doing what I'm doing. Let's just chill in here. But if you guys don't want commentary, I don't know, but I will interact with the chat. My cat woke up. Okay, Romeo, you need to go somewhere else. Go to sleep somewhere else. No, off the laptop. No, no. Technical cat difficulties. Give me a second. He needs to chill out. Alright. I think he's chill now. I made a little bit of a mistake here with the curvature. So where is it on the other side? It's right here. I think I did it wrong. I don't know what. I don't know, for some reason it didn't look like it copied it. I need to fix some of this area. Figure out what went wrong. Romeo, stop. I I think he's getting hungry. Most likely. Alright. I will be right back. I gotta feed the cat. Be right back. I gotta feed the cat. Give me a second. I'm feeding the cat. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. When the cat get hungry, I gotta feed the cat. Alright, let's go. Crap. Hold on. I'm running out of space. There's a better way to do this. Hold on. Give me a minute. Hold on. I need to problem solve. There's a design issue I'm trying to fix. Hi, Chalia. I have to constantly shrink this to make room. And I'm trying to figure out how I can fit the other parts here. Okay, that's a good idea. I didn't think about that till now. Wow. I'm doing something very strange, but I like it. I need to fix this direction. It's almost there, but it's not. Shit. Oh, damn it. I already went off the page. When did that happen? I gotta fix it. Because I can't redo it. Oh, damn it. All that work. It isn't paid attention. It's a bit crowded in that area. Let me fix that. Still crowded. This might work. I don't know. It's close, but not quite. Hey, what's up? I don't know how I feel about these, but nah. Maybe I'll try it later. I don't have the right tool for it, but what's up? Imagine some of you guys are at work or something. Hold on. This isn't the right shape. Oh, no work today? You like it? Awesome. The trick is making sure the lines are parallel, and it takes practice. I don't know, I don't like it. No. I think I need to see it. It's like an ellipse. I'm getting closer, but not quite. That's more like it. Finally back at art school. Oh yeah. I personally never went to art school because I thought there was too much resources online, but it just depends on what you get into though, because some stuff you might need, you know. It's crazy expensive. school anyway in general. I don't know if I want to continue this pattern, but I don't know, I'm doing it anyway. I could not sleep at all. And I'm really tired actually, but I'm kind of chilling doing this though. But still tired. Oh, I'm going off the page again. I don't think I can learn the way school teaches, honestly. I'm learning a lot more about myself. And I kind of go a lot of different areas and different places and different interests and change the design of the shape of this. There we go. And like that. For like the first hour, like no one showed up on the stream. Definitely way too many resources online. I manage 90% could be learned offline. Online. I'm also thinking back for the accountability and me practicing. I was going to school for HVAC. Don't know what that means, but I really want to make a graphic novel, so I figured this would help motivate me. It's definitely not worth it under normal circumstances. Well, yeah, and I understand like the idea of accountability, but what I learned a little bit about myself is that if I have to force myself to do something, then I may not actually want to do it. and that if I pay attention to how I truly feel and what I want to do, I could find something else just as interesting. And that way I don't end up limiting myself to just one thing. But that's just me, though. Excuse me. I think I burped. I'm not sure. Trying to figure out what else to do here. Graphic novels are cool. I only watch, well, not watch, but there is a webcomic I've been following since I was a lot younger. It's called what's it called? It's called Ava's Demon, and it's a kind of like sci-fi-ish thing, and it's about these like galactic, I guess, aliens. Well, they're aliens to them, and the kingdom was going to was under attack, and so the queen, who's kind of like a witch, got her husband and her greatest warriors to basically die, but the potion or whatever would have them come back to life, but they would incarnate as a like with a spirit, like with someone else, right? And that only they can see them and understand them. And yeah, it's kind of interesting, but it's got some interesting characters, and I really love her artistry and the way she colors. I'm so impressed by the way she colors. It's amazing. There literally some parts of the webcomic like I saved and put it as a desktop background before because it was just so pretty. And I'm just so impressed. Her use of color is just so amazing. And what was the interesting part is that she actually went on a hiatus for a long time. I didn't know what was going on, but then she mentioned how she made the webcomic as a way of dealing with her childhood trauma. And the thing is, in the webcomic, in order for the spirits to have like more power with the person they incarnate with, they have to like form a pact or a deal. And the humans are not, they're not really humans, but the different species of people that incarnate with these beings, they don't like them. And they actually bother them because they don't understand what's going on. And they try to ignore them. They think they're crazy. And well, Ava, she gets this spirit named, I think, Rathina or something like that. And this spirit keeps telling Ava to kill herself because what she wanted to do was to make a pact or like a deal with her that she'd keep her alive if she helped her as a queen keep her mission to get her kingdom back and get revenge on I guess they call him like Titan, who's really more like a cult leader. He's kind of like the god of who has dominion over a certain area of space. So it's pretty cool. And that's what she wanted to do. And so she was like, fine, I don't know what it is you are, or if this is real or whatever, but I'm dying, so whatever, I'll make a deal. And then she does. And then she lives. And now she has to find the other people who have, who've made a similar deal, so that way they could all work together. It's pretty cool. Yeah, but here's the thing, the part about where the spirit kept on telling Ava to like kill herself was actually because her mom was actually very abusive, and she didn't know that her mom was abusive, and she was going through therapy or depression and stuff. And then she after her hiatus, she made a note in the webcomic that The webcomic means something different to her now because of how much transformative work she did. And what did my phone stop? My phone just stopped playing music. Whoa, what's going on? That's so weird. What the heck? You know, my phone's been lagging like out of nowhere. It's like it forgot how to be a phone. Let me, I'm gonna have to restart my phone. The stream will still go, it's just I'm using another device for music. I don't know what's going on with my phone. I think I might have too many files or something. Yeah. So, anyway, continuing with the story, she found out like how it's not right for a mother to tell her child to like go kill themselves and this and that, but her mother had abused her horribly and had very bad motives, I think, for like having children in the first place. Yeah, it's insane, and I'm just kind of like, wow, like, because I really wanted her to make more episodes, you know, and more chapters, and I just had no idea she was going through so much, and I was like, holy shit, she went through a lot. um, and so I think she mentioned how like the story might take a different direction or a different point of view, or I don't know, but basically something to that effect, and I was blown away, you know, because that is just a sad reality that I never knew, you know, she had grown up that way, and yeah, it's wow. That's the web comic I've been interested in. I kept up with it a bit, but yeah, that hiatus went on for a very long time. But I think she got like some of her books, like her chapters were published, I think. Again, you can probably find them at a bookstore. The story isn't finished though. But yeah, it is so cool though that just like it's just amazing. I don't know. It still feels like it's setting up. Like the story still feels like it's setting up. But it just keeps you in because the world building of her I guess like the universe or like the rules, it just kind of opens up, you know, little by little. But every time it does, and there's like a new character, it always expands the storyline in a way where, at first I was a bit annoyed. I was like, no, like I like like the main character. I like the four main characters. Like, why am I looking at these people? I don't care about these people, you know. But there's a lot of characters there, and I don't actually feel overwhelmed. Actually, just a bit annoyed. But when I started to see how she was using that, I was actually like excited for that now, and less annoyed, and actually pretty much looking forward to what she's gonna do next with all these different characters and these like different species of galactic races. And yeah, it's pretty cool. And all the characters got different personalities, and there's like different backstories, and I could tell like a lot of time and care went into it, and no doubt I bet the trauma is what helped her with the creativity. I'm like pretty sure, because dang, like it's good. It really is good. I think you could like look at what avasdemon.com, and I guess like the title might be somewhat misleading. It's not so much like a demon, it's more like because Rathina kept on telling Ava to like go kill herself and that she's no good and that blah blah blah. But that was basically that character was the voice of the author's childhood trauma, and that's how her mother spoke to her. So it's kind of like you kind of understand it a little bit more. It's like, why is this called Ava's demon? Like, there's no demons. It's just kind of more like this character just has a very hard life, and then something happens and she dies and she gets bullied, and um yeah, it's just, and she doesn't do well in school because she has these voices. Well, that voice of Rathina, like, that kept bothering her, and then like she'll like think she's hallucinating and crazy and this and that, and it's yeah. And ironically, she actually she actually starts to make a friend, you know, and somewhat of a friend. I don't know. I just feel like she's happier, even like after she died and she got revived. I feel like she's happier. I mean, she's still on a mission, but she just seems somehow full of life. But she has emotional backlash because when she gets super powerful, the spirit in a sense almost kind of possesses her. Kind of, she kind of takes on a different personality, and because she's like the spirit of wrath, she gets very destructive and stuff. But she only did that because she was in a issue where the Titans cult were basically like, Titan doesn't want these spirits to come back and reincarnate and to have power and overthrow him again. So I think he kind of knows, because obviously, like, all the warriors and the king and queen killed themselves, right? So I'm pretty sure, like, they're going to be on the lookout for them. It's just pretty cool. Let me read the chat. Okay. I wish I could post pictures on here. I like drawing faces, like drawing eyes a lot. That sounds cool. I had some experience on mushrooms. Do you have social or somewhere you post your... Actually, I do. It's on my Instagram. My Instagram is on my YouTube channel. On the About section. Yeah, let me put my music back on. My Instagram is where I post my art. Yep. It's on my YouTube channel. It's the same name as my YouTube. Exactly the same as my YouTube. Yeah, you could check it out. This is just like a really red line art. I don't know when I'm gonna finish this. I'm just going and going until I get tired. I'm not sure if I want to change this, but some of the detail got lost as I shrunk this down and expanded it. It actually did kind of lose a bit of its sharpness as I expanded it, but I think it's because I expanded it bigger than it was originally. So let me try and fix that. Yeah. Found you. I'll send you some of my stuff sometime. Okay, cool. Yeah. Whenever. Trying to figure out what else I can do here. Okay, hold on. We can't do that. Here we go. Boom. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing it like that. I like that. We'll do it like this. So have you been getting back to trying to get on good terms with Jesus? Good terms? I've always been on good terms. The only issue was that I believed that I wasn't, which was enough to sever the connection and to begin with. And well, I've just decided to remain humble because I don't know shit about who this guy is, and I don't think anyone else does either. And that's why I don't. That's why I don't tell people what to do or how to live their life or what they're doing wrong or what they need. And I decided that um, every person's relationship with their source or their God is between them and source, and it's actually not beneficial for me to interfere. However, it is beneficial for me to at least express that which I want to, and it's anybody's choice if they, you know, are supportive or nurturing of my self-expression or my perspective or not. But either way, expression is healing, and healing is helpful. And I don't claim to know anything. What I do know though is that the best beliefs that anyone could have, or no matter what perspective or religion or whatnot, the best beliefs are the ones that nurture your inner child, because love is what makes life worth it. And I feel like regardless if how much of beliefs or system beliefs or this or that about God, like no matter what that is, if it's not nurturing your soul, if it's not feeding your inner child, it's not going to be a fun time, because that's what happened to me. It's going to be pretty hard. I don't know how to word it. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I'm in the same boat. Intuition is probably the best thing to follow. Yeah. But I don't really have I don't have because I'm practicing humility. I don't really have an ego to be offended by people. Like I just don't, because it's like I'm humble, whatever. Like if people think astrology is weird or tarot is weird or my art is weird or my beliefs are weird or whatever, or it's this or it's that, or I don't like it. I would rather just be who I am and be humble about who I am than try to insist that I'm right and everyone's wrong, or get offended, or to be an identity that is not me, and to believe in beliefs that do not nurture my inner child. And and that's what my last video was. I don't know if you've seen it, but my video was it was called How I Healed My Relationship with Source, which I hope that helps people, because I feel like a lot of people have been hurt, not just by cults, but also just by like what I've come to realize is the connection between who we are and our first instinct of who we are comes to us as children from our own parents. And in my own personal realization, just me personally, I've made the connection between the inner child and parents. And it's like, the idea of having heavenly parents, and or having, being looked over, being loved, being, like the way parents should. That's what it was supposed to be like. Your relationship with God or Christ was supposed to be like, yeah, the father of our souls, like, wants to know everything about us, like, wants to help us, wants to, all these great things that, honestly, where our parents have failed us, we were taught that, God was our perfect parents, was our, it was the most important thing, was our connection. And fucking, they just fucked that up with cult ideas and things like this. And look, if your inner child is not even nurtured, and if you don't even feel good about yourself, it's kind of like an abusive relationship with your parent, where instead of the parent abusing you, it's the religious beliefs that the parents put you in, because apparently they thought it would be good for you to join this religion, or they didn't know how to teach you how to have good values and how to be a good person and all these great things, and how to have healthy views on success and power and control and money. And we don't get any of that, and then we get stuck in like this weird materialistic paradigm that a lot of us spiritual people want to go past that and beyond that, because it doesn't nurture our inner child to be materialistic, although it makes life nice, but it's not necessarily the part that we need. Like, what we need is love, and we don't need ego, and we don't need pride, and we don't need to show off, and we don't need to be vain and superficial and insecure. Not that, like, saying that it's bad to have money or materialistic. It's just that right off the bat, the world that we live in is telling us what we are, well, they tell us who we are, but they only tell us that because we don't know who we are, and so we believe them. And that when we get hurt and we don't know how to heal, well, that it seems all the more convincing. But the world will if you don't know who you are, the world will tell you who you are, you know. And especially with how we grow up, and our subconscious is so receptive, and our environment really does dictate, what we believe about the world, what we believe about ourselves. And it's honestly not our fault, because we're young and we don't know, and we're just trying to survive. And this world fucks up in every way. Like, our whole society is so dysfunctional, I hate it. And the systems, the institutions that run this world are no different. And that was one of the, how do you say, like, I was kind of naive to think that somehow the religious world was better, or that it saw things in a different way that made life worthwhile, and apparently it didn't. And that's because, just like anything else, it's not necessarily a demonization or a judgment or a generalization on religion. The issue is, this applies to anything. It's the ego. It's the lack of shadow work. That is what makes things corrupt. That is what the problem is. It's not, yes, there's other things, but just anything could become a fucked up thing, if you're not careful enough, right? And we don't get taught how to be careful about that. We don't get taught how to heal. We don't get taught how to overcome fear. We don't get taught, what is judgment? What is fear? Where does this come from? What is identity? Or we don't always have love. And especially when we're young, we don't always have parents that are emotionally mature. And in fact, the world is actually creating more and more emotionally immature parents, and it's just trickled down from years of abuse, honestly, because it came from religion, to create emotionally immature children because of emotionally immature parents. Because before the 1940s, people raised their children based around religion, and religion at the time, especially, people back then were more straight-laced and this and that. And so the idea of raising children was obedience, and that children are to be seen, not heard, and that children who misbehave must be punished and they must be hit. And that's the spoil the rod, was it spare the rod and spoil the child? That's where it came from. So, like, a lot of our parents and their parents, and then their parents got beat up when they were kids, and that's physical abuse. and different values shifted and the world shifted. And as education became more available and became more valuable, um, then we have people in power, these adults, they grow up to be authority figures, they grow up to be leaders, they grow up to be this and that. And because, you know, they didn't go to therapy or they didn't read how to raise children, you know, when the books came out, and since the 1940s, like, they never figured shit out. And now it just adds more and more pressure. And because the world is not the same as it was back then, we've become more complacent as a society with more distractions, more technologies, and so our consciousness hasn't actually caught up to how the technological advancements that we made. Um, and so we have more access to things that we shouldn't, and we have all the pain, all the emotional trauma, um, to feel it with and to motivate us to do so, because what we really need is love. And it's really hard. Like, it's awful. Like, I feel so bad on behalf of all the children of this fucking world, because it's just not fair, and it's just not their fucking fault, and it's not the parents' fault either. But you know, this is why, this is the shadow work of humanity. You know, we do have some people talking about these things, thank God. We do have people talking about, you know, men's mental health, and, you know, and what else, like, you know, psychologists, child psychologists, or whatever, therapists, you know, shadow work. We have a lot of access to ways of healing ourselves. However, we really need more access to the love we get from one another. And because that's something that is so important, because it's that love that we were supposed to be raised with. It's that love that was supposed to strengthen us. It was that love that was supposed to teach us to overcome fear and to be strong and to protect and to love ourselves and to have these good values of self-love and self-care and self-confidence and self-esteem and self-compassion and self-patience and all these great things that we could do with the self, but to also not get too fucking egotistical and stop being apathetic to other people who don't think or act or be like us, you know, and stop being, you know, stop believing in limiting beliefs that only separate us from, if they're separating us from each other, then the limiting beliefs are also separating us from source. Because we're supposed to be good and do good things and make the world a better place, and that is, you know, essentially what we were taught that God wanted for us, and that we as followers of Christ, or the idea of that concept, was to, you know, the best we can make the world a better place and bring heaven on earth, and to lead people, and to raise good children, and to just generally be a good citizen. And you know, it's just, there's all this promise that maybe your parents thought, or maybe you thought you could have, you know, as a naive kid, and then that gets ripped apart from you, and then, you know, it's just like no one knows how to relate to you or talk to you, or people just can't handle you emotionally because everyone's fucking emotionally immature, and everyone's too afraid to be vulnerable, and everyone is this and that, and it's like, what, like, it's awful. And then when you have that shit happen to you from your parents raising you that way, then it gets into your relationships because you haven't fixed your childhood trauma. So then by the time you become a teenager or young adult, you get into relationships that aren't actually loving, but they're toxic. And albeit it's because you got a toxic relationship with your parents, it's because you got a toxic relationship with God, and you got a toxic relationship with yourself. So whoop-de-doo, you actually don't even know what love is. And then you have responsibilities on top of that. And then if you bring more children into this world, well, good luck with that, because now you got to deal with your shit that you don't know how to deal with. Anyway, let me get back to the chat. At the end of the day, you can only feel bad for the people like that. They simply just don't know. How could they, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like, no one knows. It's no one's fault, you know? They are carrying out is for a greater good. I'm not sure what that means. I spoke for a long time. I might have lost the context. A visualization I've always liked is there is a microbiology in us, because we are like a microbiology to Earth. Earth being a microbiology to something else. Turtles all the way down, I think. Yeah, like, world within worlds, that's as above, so below, as within, so without. Everything is one. We are all one in the illusion of separation and division. As so like the above comes from the below, and the below comes from the above, and it's yeah, it's like, yeah, I get you. Different ways of saying the same thing, yeah. Because when you can look at the world in a way that inspires awe and just something massive and something that's amazing, and just recognizing that, hey, this is also you. It's pretty marvelous to think that, although sometimes it may not be or not feel that way to people, because there is so much going on that's happening right now that we need right now, that is part of our survival and our ego. So it's not quite everyone's cup of tea to think of things um, that way, because it's just not a priority, like, for some people, and yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's fine. But I wouldn't say I necessarily feel sad for people. I mean, I have like empathy and compassion, but I don't feel a sadness as if people need to know what I know or need to be like me, or a sadness that I have to save them or convert them, or it's not that kind of sadness. It's more like a compassion, because um, this was something I was able to give myself, and therefore I can only give it to others, which is compassion, and not sadness. But I understand your sentiment, but I would describe it more like compassion than sadness. And um, I don't choose to see the world like I don't want to say I see it dark, like in a darkness that I have to have compassion on. It's more like I find self empowerment through my own shadow work and my own healing and my own love, and really it's just connecting to that love. And the more that I can do that and show that to other people, then that is the good that I'm doing on earth. Then that is showing them that yes, it's possible, that yes, you're not alone, that yes, people actually care. And I think, despite all the darkness that's out there, there's also plenty of light. But the grass is only greener where you water it, right? And that's the way that I choose to live my life, and how I choose to see the world. um, and if anything, one comes from the other, and the other comes from the one, and it's like it's the same thing on a different polarity. It's just it's not so much that the darkness that I'm scared about. What I'm actually scared about is an inability to heal. That is what's scary. Like, if I get hurt and I know how to fix myself, that's fine, you know. But if I do get hurt and I don't know how to fix myself, that is like it's its own kind of hell that I can't even imagine having a future when I think that to that extent. And I've definitely felt that way the majority of my life. And that's why I take so much responsibility in my healing, and therefore it can contribute to the healing of others. Yeah, the people running things certainly put enough priorities like bills and jobs out there, certainly to serve the greater entity that is society, to nurture it, but also to keep us trained and drained. Yeah. I don't fit in with society. The institutions that run this world are nothing but cults. And I find my own empowerment through working with angels and doing my shadow work and healing myself and just becoming love and remaining humble about what I believe. And because I'm so humble about what I believe, I can change so easily, and I could listen to so many different perspectives, because I don't have an ego that has a conflict of interest with any type of way of thinking or being, because my strategy for survival as I've grown has been change. And that is actually one of my greatest abilities. And it's actually something that the angels have shown me when I asked, you know, to have more confidence in myself, because there are days where I just literally don't get support from fucking anybody, or not everyone knows me, or not everyone knows what I've done, or I don't even begin to recognize my own brilliance, you know. And that's something that they showed me, that my ability to change is my best superpower. And it's a beautiful thing, and it's a good thing, and it's something I should always remember. um, you know, so I find empowerment through love, and of course all the things I've said, but also through my own self-expression, especially because that is the very heart of our inner child, is expression. I believe that expression is the highest form of divinity, and I feel like when we are being ourselves, we are bringing the divine to earth. And I feel that is probably one of the most powerful things, if anything, you know, regardless of category or label, like just being who we are, and like truly who we are, I think is like the greatest medicine on this planet, you know. And I really appreciate friendship that cultivated it and taught me what I know, and that nurtured it, that I could find a way, and find a way that actually works, and instead of just feeling stuck, you know, or feeling, you know, all these kinds of terrible things that I felt before. And I don't actually know, how many of my videos have you seen, um, Battle Guy? I actually don't know. So I don't know actually how much you know about me or my story or whatever. But if you see my last video I made, was yeah, healing my connection to source, and I tied it to the inner child, and shadow work, and all these things. Um, my prayer series, I don't know if you've seen that. My cult series is also a good background for that. But essentially, I've recognized that my connection to God is my connection to myself. But it's like that love part of yourself, like that inner child that's just so pure and beautiful, and just, you know, in a sense you could say it's the way God made you, you know, and that's the way you were supposed to be. Um, and you know, unfortunately, you know, we don't have the right caretakers, or the right knowledge, or the right things to be passed on, and we're just doing our fucking best, like we really are. um and that's all we can do. Like that's literally all we can do. And there's so many problems in society that I wish, like, you know, if we had a community, if we had so much, we could learn so much from each other if we were just with each other, and we could solve problems just by talking, you know, like just by talking and just expressing and just saying how we feel, and just being loved, and just like, and having our ability to connect to our source, and our psychic abilities, and whatever, you know, our intuition. And like we actually have a lot of that as children, this imagination, this creativity, you know, this, you know. And when children are taught the right way, you would be surprised by the things that they can do. Like we as a society has, like, we have dumbed down our children. Our children are fucking intelligent. Like they're fucking amazing. And anyone who's had a kid, you know, or you know, has ever seen a proud parent talk about their child, it's like, yeah, that's the way, like, God sees you. Like that's the way you should see yourself. That's actually who you are. And they say, my kid, you know, they're so empathetic, they care about other people. My kid, you know, they're so talented, and look how happy they are, and I'm so happy to bring this new life into this world. And just like, my kid is like the most important thing to me. And um you know, and this idea, well, I wonder who my kid's gonna be, and what he's gonna like when he grows up, and what we can do when we get older, and you know, there's all this promise and this, you know, this beauty, um, and you just want the best, you know, like for your child, you know, and it's, I don't know why I started talking about children, but anyway, yeah, the inner child. That's who we're meant to be. And I just, I don't necessarily say I have all the answers when I say the inner child. You know, there's definitely things I don't know, but that's at least something that I do know that has, well, obviously it has psychology backed by it, because psychology will tell us a lot about how we live our life based upon how we were raised and things like that. So, I mean, it's not even just a belief, it's really a grounded way of seeing things, which is the way I like to see things, and I like to understand them and bring these spiritual concepts in a way that make more sense. But yes, inner child, and having beliefs that nurture your inner child, and a plethora of other great things, and other great things that I probably haven't figured out yet or haven't connected to. However, I'd say I'm doing pretty well, and I've become a lot more expressive as of late. I need to watch your earlier ones. Oh, you mean my Nova Shadow? That's my Shadow Work series. Um, yeah, I don't think it gets that much views, but I think it's because of the title. I call it Nova Shadow, and like people don't know what that is. So I might change it. Um, I started tuning in during the cult videos. Oh yeah, when Bo made his change. Well, Bo was also promoting my cult series too, so you probably got in earlier. Or maybe you knew it was happening, but you didn't tune into it later. Okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah, you like kids. Yeah, I do not want kids unless society fixes its shit, because it is way too hard to raise children. I mean, with everything that I've known, like with everything I know, and how hard it is, and how it's fucking hard to raise kids. Like, um, so like anyone who wants to be a parent, like you know, you can learn so much from your child if you have the right resources. Like when you learn how to raise children, you realize, shit, I was raised wrong, you know. But not everyone has the humility to think, like, you know, people think, oh, my parents raised me and they hit me and they did this and that, so, and I turned out fine, so if I hit my children, it's okay. Like, people don't fucking have humility. They don't, like, want to be honest about, like, you actually do not know the shit that you've been through in society, and from your own parents, and from all these institutions, from all these different things. Like, you have no fucking clue, and then you want to like act like you know how to raise kids, and then, and it's just the fucking apathy some parents have, like the boomer parents have, is awful. But I understand it. It's just, damn, you know, they've, and like, it's, I don't know if I want this sideways or if I want it like this. I don't know. It's pretty. Either way, it's beautiful. Yeah. Same here. I used to want 4 kids, 2 girls, 2 boys. Not anymore. Yeah. I need to get rid of the live reactions because it prevents me from reading the chat. Okay. It's kind of sad, actually. Yeah. You know, and if you look at statistics, children of boomer parents and the younger generations do not want kids. Yeah, they do not want kids, because especially in some other places like Japan, like no one wants to have children, because like it's not even necessarily like a trauma thing or a victimhood thing or whatever. Like I don't know. It's just when people try to tell people about why they don't want to have kids and they just are apathetic and they don't truly listen, and it's like no, like we would if you know it didn't cost an arm and a leg to have a child. And even looking at the statistics of things and just challenging the things that you think you know, and just the fact that none of us were raised on child development or how hospitals work and this and that, and the evil, my god, like it's the racism and like the issues with just like mortality and the pregnancy, and it's weird. Like people don't truly get it. Like for anyone who's had a good experience, yes, huzzah, awesome. But what I don't like is people getting into shit that they have no clue about, and even more so, getting into shit that they have no clue about and being prideful about it. Like, yeah, it's like impossible to like live as a single person, and it's so that's why I checked out of society, meaning I'm just working through things by virtue of vibration and whatever, I've been getting more opportunities, so I know whatever it is I'm doing, it's working. Oh, however, whatever it is that I am doing may not satiate other people's ideas of what I am doing is working, and that's another issue in and of itself. Because, look, lots of people who don't even know me, but if they just see the way I look at that, the way I live my life, like they would judge me, like they would not be sympathetic to me at all. And that's unfortunately the way it is, and it's like, but yeah, I get judged, especially a lot by my family, especially when I was younger, and especially after I graduated high school. It's just, and man, but what's even more upsetting is the sibling rivalry and the this and that, and I feel bad, for my siblings, and I actually deeply understand, even if I don't know their story, just by me understanding what I know now, like I understand so much about them because of how much I've been able to understand myself, and unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it, because things happened in our family and this and that, and it's just gonna be real. Like I'm gonna be real. It's probably never gonna be the same. And um it's not that I want to be apathetic towards them, but it's just there's nothing I can do. There's just nothing I can do. There's nothing I can be. Even being more of myself will probably just piss them off because they weren't allowed to do that growing up. So as I find my path and my own success and my own happiness, I know not only my siblings will be incredibly jealous, and a lot of them especially are, um, there's like I can't do anything for them, and it's awful because it's like I would like to, but just some people, like they're just so unhealthy that you can't possibly bring them into your life. They're just that destructive, and it's not their fault, by no fault of their own, except sometimes it can be. But like I'm just so compassionate. Like I really do get it. I understand. I get it. Like fucking like all of our programming is in our subconscious mind, and majority of us, well no, all of us actually, we are only conscious about like what 4% or 2% of our lives. The rest of our life is just all subconscious, if you really think about that. And most of your programming you got from you were like a fucking kid. It's like it wasn't your fucking fault. So now as an adult, you're having all these limiting beliefs, and all those limiting beliefs have a vibrational frequency, and it's all like fear-based because they're limiting beliefs, and you make choices based on this, and this is the way your mind works, and this is how you deal with life. And it's not that you're dealing with life, it's dealing with you, and it's going to keep dealing with you until you learn your lesson, if you can figure that out. And maybe go through an awakening of sorts, or have a really good support system and a loving system, that you can rely on. But like, other than that, like, I don't want to tell people that it's their fault, that they made the wrong choices, or that they're to this or they're to that. And yes, sometimes it is choices, and sometimes it is pride, and sometimes it's just an inability to cope with life, and it's just symptoms of the dysfunction that we live in. And so I don't, like, people look at adults, and they think that's an adult, that person has greater priority or greater responsibility. And yes, to some extent they do, but like, there's a child in that adult, like, and like, I don't know, it's just like the level of compassion, it's like, to a certain extent, it may not even be practical to even be compassionate in the real world, which is obviously what this world has shown me, that the world doesn't give a fuck about how you feel, and that no one will, and at least that's what it seems like. And because of this, we get dysfunctional children who grow up to be dysfunctional adults. And it's weird. People look at like the child shooter, the kid, the school shooting or whatever. It's like, no, it's like, that kid was bullied as fuck. Like, that kid was not given love. That kid, like, it's a society, and people just want to, like, not see it for what it is. And I'm just like, yes, obviously that's an issue, and that's a crime, and that shouldn't happen, but why did it happen? And how can we stop it? Instead, it's like we're treating the symptom and not understanding, why is this happening? Who did this? What happened to this child's life? Why did they feel this way? Does anyone fucking care? It's the same fucking thing all over again. Like, schools don't give a fuck about bullying, and many of the people in positions of authorities are also bullies themselves. Believe it or not, we like to think that as children, or like, we go to school and we think bullying stops or whatever, that as we get older bullying stops. No, but it's a culty systems that run this world. It's all bullying. Like, there's no love in the system of the cult. Like, there's none of that, like, and and that's why becoming more empowered is so important to us, and that's partially how I manage my life. And hey, if there was an easier way to do it, I would have done it. If there was a way that made sense, I would have done it. If there was any other way to have these issues fixed or taken care of in my life, I would have done so. And ironically, just me and like many other people, we're looking for that in all the wrong areas, and it's really up for us to decide for ourselves if it's wrong or not, despite the fact, not growing up with enough love or trust in ourselves. We don't even know how to trust ourselves to tell ourselves if this is right or wrong for us. It's like this authoritarian, dysfunctional male energy society that just penetrates every cult system in this world, even down to the parenting styles. It's like, can you trust yourself in this world to be who you are? Can you trust in yourself in this world to change? Can you trust yourself in this world to choose your beliefs? Can you trust in yourself? Can you do this? And it feels like this is the great lesson of life. Like, can you do this? Can you handle this? Can you make it? Can you make it back to love? It's life on earth is crazy. I've minimized and maximized this so much it's already getting a texture, and I don't really like it, but it's alright. Yeah, we can't afford to live regularly. Yep, I agree. And then the boomers are just like, my parents won't leave the house, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, if your parents want to live with you, it's because they like you. And what's up with all these parents? It's like they don't want to raise kids anymore. It's like, do you not realize that parenting is a lifelong commitment? Like, yeah, you know, it's like, but like, no, like I get both sides of it. It's just like, geez, it's like everyone's stuck in their own shit, and like they don't know how to get better, and like obviously there's other issues too about that, but like, it's crazy. I don't know. I don't feel like I can expand this anymore. I kind of like it the way it is, but I've expanded it so much that it's become pixelated. And I thought it wouldn't do that because I'm not rasterizing. I'm having a vector image, so I don't understand. I don't know. Photoshop is different. It actually keeps the detail, the pixels, the resolution, but I don't know. I don't think I want these dots. But yeah, it's weird because it's like I have an idea or a vision about what I want to be and what I want to share and what I want to bring to this world, but other people who are so dysfunctional in their perspectives may not actually be able to receive such value. Yeah, let me zoom in. I need to zoom in. It's crazy. I think my cat's hungry again. People used to be able to support families back then. What's now is a minimum wage job. Yeah. You know, like back in the day, you could like work at a factory and you can afford a car, a house, a wife, and kids. Like, and yeah, like it would work, you know? Like, and no, we can't even do that. I don't know what's going to become of this world, but I do know that we can't solve problems at the same level of consciousness that created them. And I don't know. I mean, I've been feeling pretty positive because of Terrence Howard and Billy Carson. Like the stuff that they're explaining and talking about is like mind blowing. Like, and it actually gives me hope for humanity, because the fact that people are talking about these high spiritual concepts from a very grounded perspective is just amazing to me. And it just confirms like a lot of the things that a lot of people in the spiritual community have been aware of, or have talked about, or have mentioned either in astrology or channeling, or even just as a hope in of itself. Because once one of us becomes aware and becomes empowered, like everyone else realizes what is possible. And then that creates rapid change, incredibly rapid change. And that way everyone can be happy. Hey, HBC. Not reading, just listening as I dine. Oh, you're eating. Cool. Definitely wasn't perfect back then. Oh yeah, wasn't perfect back then, yeah. And unfortunately, boomers raise their children for a world that doesn't exist anymore. It's true, though. And I've even seen some mothers on TikTok mention it, like, what's going on? I raised my kids and this and that, and they can't even afford a house, and they can't even afford the things that I, you know, this and that. And it, like, I'm glad at least somebody, like some mother realizes and it's, yeah, it's bizarre, you know. But I really appreciate that mom, you know, showing some compassion and just like the reality of like how things are. Like, yes, it is not the same world, definitely. How did I do this before? I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'll just make it big, I guess. Just still concerned about the quality though, because I didn't mean for it to lose quality, but it did. Maybe next time I just need to rotate the paper instead of rotating the image and shrinking it. Maybe that would be better. So yeah, Battle Guy, if you see that video or you catch up to my series, I think you will have a better understanding of where I am now. Okay. I think I explained it pretty well, but there's still so much more. Come on, I need this. I don't even know what I want to do with this anymore. I'm just, because I had an idea for the, no, give me a second. I need to move this because I had it on a grid and it could help me manage center of rotation. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Somewhere there. Oh, you'll watch them? Great. What tablet am I drawing on? It is, I think it's called here. Hold on. I think I can open it. I think it's called Huron Canvas GT191V2. It's called Huron. I don't know, but basically, if you search up like Canvas GT19, and they made better models, but this is my electronic canvas. There's a Christmas gift or a birthday gift. I think it was for a birthday. Yeah, kind of expensive. My dad got it for me. I'm grateful for that. Yeah. So if you do want to look into this, look at the different models and see if you have the setup for it, because yeah. Oh shit. I opened the store. I didn't mean to, but yeah. Maybe I could open this store. Yeah, here it is. So they actually have a Father's Day sale. So this is the I don't know where my father bought his from, but this is the website. It says Huion, Huion. That's what it is. Yeah. So they got different stuff. I don't think my father bought from this shop directly, but I think he bought this product probably from a different place. So they got different ones. So they got like canvas this and canvas that. They got tablets. Tablets for pens only, not a screen. Uh, they got other stuff. They got a lot of stuff here. Let me see. Let's see. How much do their shit? How much does their shit cost? Okay, so their best seller is $1,000.99. No, it's $1,000. Fuck, I'm so dyslexic. 1,099. Yes, that's how you say it. This one's almost nearly 2,000. Oh, this one has a little keyboard on top. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, the one that I have is the screen could have a better display. Um, I actually I can't say for 100% that my screen displays the colors accurately um, on the tablet. However, because my tablet is connected to my computer, which is what allows me to have the application and open up Google and this and that, because this is my computer, but my pen is like the mouse, right? And my screen is like the tablet. So that's an example, you know. So it's pretty expensive stuff, but I like the company. I like their I like the way they run things. Like I I take a lot of pride, you know. They take a lot of pride in their company. I can tell. It's a really good. Yeah. Hey Nova, what do you do for a living? I do absolutely nothing. Yeah, I do absolutely nothing. I'm unemployed. I have sleep issues, and so I can't do things my way. And I've even tried, but I can't. But I can't live a scheduled life, and I've been having issues with my sleep. And I've tried literally everything, pretty much everything under the sun to try to get better sleep. But also I don't know. But despite all that, I do believe in myself, and I am quite empowered. And plus, I have magic, so that is always useful. But I'm more focused on my own self development and my own healing, because I think that is what leads to greater abundance in this and that. But no, I do not make a living, and I do not have a job, and I got health issues. I did have a job for a little while, but it didn't last. My body buckled up, and I was in tremendous pain, and I had to quit. And it wasn't only just the health issue, but also like the stress and the anxiety, being overworked and this and that, and also like I just don't know what I want to be when I grow up either. So it's not like I had an idea of like how to make a living or what way would be right for me, and it's just I don't fit in with society. I just don't. And I could say that with purpose instead of shame, because a lot of people wanted me to feel ashamed about that. And I choose not to feel shame, but compassion for myself, because it doesn't matter who gets it or who understands it, you know. But I've been told horrible things because I don't have my life figured out. From my own family, from society, from everybody. If anyone's ever seen my cult series about the time as I'm growing up in the world, like I did talk about that also as well. It contributed a lot to my depression and anxiety and agoraphobia. And I think I had it for like, how long did I have agoraphobia? Maybe like a year and a half, which meant I couldn't leave my house. Well, I technically could, but I just felt so out of place and so alienated and so alone. Like I just also didn't like myself at all. Had all these issues. But shadow work saved me, so I'm grateful for that. Yeah, I just didn't feel safe in life. Sorry to hear that. You've been there. Yeah. But I really believe I'm gonna be okay. And I've made some pretty interesting developments and this and that. I mean, I may not have a stable way of making a living, but that doesn't mean that I can't. And there's all this expectation for hyper independence, like a crazy amount, and I'm just like, that is too much. Like, that is too much. I mean, especially for men too. It's like your guys are always expected to like always be able to take care of yourself, and even though I'm a woman, we still live in a society that's very much dysfunctional and it's masculine. And I've definitely like felt pressure of be independent, get a job, do this, take care of yourself, and it's like, well, like if you want to avoid certain problems, if you want to avoid being dependent on a husband, if you want to live life the way you want to, like it's like you have to do things this way, and it's like, what? It's like, I get it, but yeah, it's just, it doesn't seem practical or feasible or like possible. I don't, like, people get really jealous and stuff over people's success, and because we live in a society that's very much dysfunctional on its male side, like most people just have very skewed ideas, beliefs on success, money, control, power, and I mean, just look at the society we live in already. It's very militant, and it just doesn't care at all about how you feel. And I mean, I'm just my perspective as a woman, but I think a lot of people can relate to like the pressure. Holy shit. Of not feeling good enough, not feeling like you can do this or get what you want, or not live the life that you want, or like you. And especially because it's just not practical. Like, it's so, like, this is what I hated sometimes about myself, was like my standards for life was just so impractical because society tells me you can't have that, or it's not possible, or it's not going to work, or it's like, it's just not. I'll be right back. I'm getting a call. you know and just being told things like, oh, you can't do this because you're not going to make enough money in your life. Like, I don't know, it's just people got very skewed ideas about like what is possible for your life, and it's like your dreams are crushed. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. They just kind of make it seem like I live in a fairy tale, or just I don't live in the real world, or like, how could I think this way? Like, I'm just, no, it's like I think this way because I don't know, it's just, it's what I want, or it's what I feel like is right, or it's just, I mean, we all want good things. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I want these wings here. I don't know. Your ex-girlfriend was LDS. They're very firm in their beliefs. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know how the men are raised in LDS. We kind of don't know as women because they separate and divide us by gender in Mormonism. So actually, I don't even know what they teach the men, you know? Uh, but, it's also dysfunctional, a dysfunctional religion. It also stuck in its male dominated religion, I mean, in terms of energy, but also like physically as well. It is like, but yes, they are very firm in their beliefs, and I mean, I've seen some people stories, their testimonies about what it's like growing up in places that are predominantly Mormon, and there's a lot of stress on, especially on the mothers too. It's and as women in the Mormon church, we're taught what kind of men that we're supposed to want, and what kind of men would want us. And it's always like, you want a guy who serves a mission, you want a guy who's strong in their faith. You don't don't risk it by marrying a convert. Like, marry someone who's actually born into the church. And of course, at the time you might think that's a plus, but then when you realize it's a cult, you realize that's kind of a minus, because then it's divorce time. Because sheesh, they don't like they're very specific on how their beliefs should be and how they should raise their kids. And unfortunately, that breaks up a lot of families, when either children or parents or one of the spouses like chooses not to stay in Mormonism. It's hard. Like, it's really difficult. Like, it's so. And that's just, I mean, there was just my own experience, but I can't imagine the people that already have a life. They already have a reputation. They already have people that know them. They have people that are employing them of the same religion. It's the amount of craziness that exists there in Mormonism and Mormon dominated areas. It's, I don't know. I can't make a decision on this. I just like, I can't even get into it. Like, I can't. I go crazy. It's just a lot. It's a lot of pain and suffering and apathy from other people who just simply don't get it and don't want to listen. And I've dealt with this a little bit from my father, when I stopped participating in religion. But of course, if you see my cult series, you know how that ended. And the shit that happened to me. And my breaking point was especially like my sexual abuse and religion, but also not having the support of either one of my parents about it, or especially my father. But I think he cares. I think he's just it's, I don't think he's that indoctrinated in the cult. I think I'm sure he stopped going, and he especially stopped going because if he goes alone, everyone asks him where I am. But I had to do that in a certain timing and had to heal enough, because if I had mentioned it as it happened or as it was going on, I would have been completely crushed. Because if this is how he would have acted, I can't imagine how he would have acted more indoctrinated initially. Because you kind of lose your indoctrination after you stop going to church for a while. Or, and I especially stopped because I had agoraphobia, like, remember? And I just didn't want to go anywhere, and I couldn't, and I was so anxious, I couldn't even focus. Like, I would go to, like, religious class once every Thursday after I graduated, and I didn't serve a mission. I was deemed unworthy to serve a mission, by their standards, but also standards of worthiness, which most people lie about, but I was honest about, and I apparently was not good enough to serve a mission. But whoop-de-doo, it's a scam anyway, because you pay for it out of pocket. My father served a mission, and how much did it cost him? I think it cost him like was it 400 or 500 a month to serve a 2-year mission, which in the LDS culture it's pretty much mandatory or social pressure for you to serve a mission for 2 years. So yep. So I didn't get to do that. I didn't get to serve a mission, which I guess was a blessing. I wanted to serve a mission as soon as I was converted, but like little did I know that I was being converted through means of the dark arts. Because Mormonism is tied to Freemasonry, and Freemasonry is where all that magician magic stuff is. And it wasn't until I got into magic that I figured it out. And that's what led me to realize, it broke my mind initially. But I figured it out because it was weird. I was like, wait a second. I was magically manipulated from the very beginning to be a convert into this religion. And I didn't even recognize, like, I had no fucking clue. And then, like, well, duh, it's a religious cult. Like, but the cult has powers in magic. It has influence in magic. And I've seen things, guys. What people talk about, what goes on behind the scenes of Mormonism. And, dude, like, it's like black magic type level shit. Like, it's not, I don't even like talking about it. It's awful. It's literally, like, it's way worse than most people realize. And I couldn't handle that too much. It was awful. I discovered a lot of things as I dug deeper down the rabbit hole, and it is way worse than you think. And it's not even just tied to Mormonism. It's like the things that I talk about, the things that I'm aware of, it's happening to the world at large. I have nothing but compassion for it. But at the same time, I don't know how the fuck I survived all of this. Alright, this looks cool. I like that. Oh, it's lost its focus. Why did it lose its focus? Come on. I don't know why it lost its focus. Come on. Why? Let me try something. Okay, it got better. Yeah. I didn't realize it was blurry. I'm sorry, guys. Success equals money, not most, in my opinion. Yeah. I'll also tell you a story later. Kind of related to that, yeah. I have to hold into a doctor disappointment. Message requested. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll accept it. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Me too. Yeah, because you're strong. Yep. Oh boy. But, you know, for as much as being aware of all the bad stuff, it's not actually helpful to be aware of the bad stuff. The most important thing is that as long as we empower ourselves the right way, in the loving way, and without all this ego, like, it is more powerful than anything, which is why that's why a lot of this, like, esoteric shadow work stuff is built on so much misinformation and scarcity and judgment. And it's like, well, no, it's like, look, guys, if the magical power that is being used to enslave people like me and a bunch of other people, this power can also be used for good, except that they make everyone scared of magic. And so no one wants to touch it, when really, like, it's literally just the Hermetic principles, and that's it. It's just Hermeticism, and then using the laws of Hermeticism, but people think it's something else that it's not. And oh my gosh, and it's weird. It's like I found, like, the answer to, like, my issues from the most unlikeliest of places, and getting into magic wasn't even my intention. I just wanted to learn about the subconscious mind. And then I found out, oh, wait a second, the occult stuff has a lot of stuff on the subconscious mind, because my interest in learning more about the subconscious mind was about manifestation, so I wanted to know how that worked. And then somebody told me, hey, if you want to know more about this stuff, look into the occult stuff, and like, but don't judge it, just like pay attention. It's like it's not what you think it is. And then they showed me that, and I was like, oh, wait a second, yeah, this is actually pretty practical, useful information. And then I found out, oh shit, this was used against me the entire time. And I was just, and I kind of had to stop exploring in that direction, because I still needed some other shadow work. I still needed some other things I needed to figure out first before I continue with that. But once I figured that out, I was just like, what? But it made a lot of sense to me. But it also set me free. But it also was just a lot. Like, and, it's weird. When we even go back into history, magic wasn't always like this darkness, this feminine, whatever, all these weird things people see about it or judge it. Like, ever since the world paradigm shifted to a patriarchal belief system, then that's when the Christian faith and the Catholic faith just started like tearing everything that was feminine and magical and burning witches and this and that, and it's just so that way they can have all the structure and order and control that they have. And it's not necessarily saying that it was all good when it was all feminine, but it's just like too much in either one direction is just not healthy at all. That's why we need to balance our masculine and our feminine, because we've got two sides. There's a quote on a movie called Big Trouble, Little Change with Kurt Russell that goes like, you're not brought into this world to get it. You're not brought into this world to get it. Oh, yeah. Like, I know what you mean. I don't know if maybe if I'm talking too much, or I don't know. I feel like I'm not quite pleased with this design. I keep on erasing it, but I mean, it's still fun to watch, whatever. I'll find a way. I always do. But to go back to your question, I guess I've healed my relationship with Source, and not only just for myself, but in a way that's just so compassionate to others, that other people that I would find it very helpful and very useful, because of how accepting I've grown my perspective to be, so that way other people can have that too. And I don't like, it's like I've basically, I opened my heart where people also need to open their heart. And I overcome the oppression of the limiting beliefs of the slave system. And I also noticed in myself that the more difficult things get, especially with my home life and with my parents and society, then the more I go into magic. And ironically, that's where my north node is. It's in Leo. And my Leo is in the 8th house, which is all that magical stuff. And Leo has to do with expression, which is what I'm here to do. But I'm also here to expand my heart, and use magic for good, and just help people overcome the oppressive slave system. You know what I mean? I really believe we can do this, though. It's not even just a belief. I'm seeing more evidence of it, especially since like the last 2 months. Got me drawing while I'm in the waiting room. Let me open up my Instagram. I don't see your request. I don't see a request from you. I see someone recently who followed me, but I don't think I see. Yeah, I don't see you, battle guy. I guess you'll add me later. I thought you meant that you did add me. Sorry. You guys can see it better. Oh, by the way, if any of you guys like want to know what the end of my art looks like, I have an Instagram and I post all my art from my live streams there. I recently finished a, what's it called? Traditional art on my last, I think it was my last live stream, if I'm not mistaken. And then I finished it and then I played some drums. What's up? You have a different name? Oh, okay, yes, that's you. Alright. And I can follow you back. Alright, so now we're following each other. I'm just drawing all these wings. Having circulation problems in my arm again. Yeah, that's another health issue I got. It comes and it goes. It's weird. But it's definitely improved. Do you guys like chihuahuas? I hate them. I just wanted to know if I'm the only Chihuahua hater. Oh man, man, I hate Chihuahuas. I can't stand them. Even dogs that look like Chihuahuas. Like if like a Chihuahua is a small dog, but if there's like a dog that's like a bigger version of a Chihuahua, I don't like that. Like I want a dog that has a brain. Chihuahuas don't have one. Chihuahuas don't have a brain. They're just really, they're just scared dogs. Oh man, I just almost looks like some kind of like logo from the movies. I'm not much of a Chihuahua fan. Excuse spelling. Yeah, I'm bad at spelling. No judgment here, but I love dogs. Your dad has 2 Chihuahuas. I hope they're good. I hope they're good dogs. But I've never met in my entire life a well-behaved Chihuahua. You know? If you like smart dogs, you like border collies or poodles. Oh yeah, my grandmother had a poodle. His name was Gizmo. He was an old dog. Border collies are beautiful, yes, but lots of fur. I don't always like some poodles. It just depends. I don't know what's up, but some dogs they got like they're not white fur. They have like white and like brown or like brown around their eyes, or it's like a little bit blondie, and it almost looks like they're dirty. And I guess I don't know. I guess that's just normal for dogs or something. I know dogs kind of get like that little area around their eyes where it kind of like the fur gets crusty. I don't know if that's from tears or something. I think it might be from like crying. But yeah, I hate that. I don't like that. See, cats don't have that, you know. Another thing that I don't like about Chihuahuas is that they smell like food when they're super warm. I had my family had some Chihuahuas, but I won't get into that. But just know my hatred for Chihuahuas is intense. You know, I can be civil around them, but I don't like them. And in fact, I kind of think they weren't meant to live. They're so small, like, and and they're scared if they judge anything that's bigger than them. Like they have no defenses. Like they can't, like Chihuahuas would have to live in packs because it is just so easy for a hawk or anything to just pluck them from the ground, and they're just they can't like, and oh my goodness. And not only that, they've been bred in ways that I wish they didn't, because these small ass dogs are being bred and they're having issues where their skulls are literally too small for their brains, and then they get sick and they die because like their eyes just pop out of their fucking skull, and I mean, not like that, but it's true though. Like if you ever like heard of that or seen that, yes, like that does happen. And some dog owners, Chihuahuas, like they have to put their dog down because their breed, that dog has just been bred with a skull that's literally too small for their fucking head. Have you ever seen some Chihuahuas? Like they don't even have a dog shaped like skull. They have literally like a circle, and they're like these like, it's not right. That's not functional anatomy for a dog. That's, you know, I'm just, but that does happen more often than you think from the breeding of dogs. And it's, yeah, no, like I'm pretty sure the only reason why Chihuahuas have even survived is because of us. They're a problem dog. People abandon Chihuahuas all the time. Like nobody like they're just too much, you know. I don't like the way I drew these. They are bullies for sure. It was probably because they were bred in royalties. You know, yeah, in Mexico they're considered a sacred dog. So I think maybe they just decided that they were so sacred that they just incest all the chihuahuas or something. Oh man, I if I start talking about chihuahuas, I'm gonna start laughing because I just it's kind of bad that I'm saying this about dogs, but it's just funny to me somehow. Like it's unfortunate. It's terrible. It's not funny. It's not, I think about it. I can't stop laughing. I need to think of something else. I don't think I can get these wings right. I think I need to do a different design. I think they need to be longer and less short. The shorter ones are good for rotation, but the longer ones are good for like overall direction. Yeah, I used to have a Chihuahua and I hated that. My family had a Chihuahua. We eventually had to get rid of it though because it was a problem. Um, but yeah, when that dog would get warm, that dog, that dog would like be in the bed and it'd just be there for hours sleeping, right? That dog would smell like like nachos from being in the bed. Like you like see, oh my gosh, cute little Chihuahua, and is our doggy, and then our dog is like she's got white fur, and then like her white fur, like her skin is translucent like on her fur, right? So then she like turns a little bit pink, especially around her muzzle because she's been sleeping, and she would smell like nachos, like. And I'm not just talking about like the American nachos. I mean, she had a distinct food smell like like nachos, and sometimes she would smell like Domino's pizza from being really warm. And I because my family didn't always get like Domino's, and I remember we got Domino's one time from school and I opened the box and it smelled like my dog. I'm not kidding. Domino's pizza smells like my dog. I thought this would be better, but it's alright. But no, yeah. Domino's pizza smells like a Chihuahua dog that's been warm for too long. If any of you guys. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, it's just so funny. Just, oh my god. Yeah, and wherever they've been, like that spot they slept in smells like food. I don't. What is in the fucking genetics of a Chihuahua to make them smell like that? I'm crying. I'm crying. It's just so funny. It's just. Oh my god. Oh my god. But anyway, yeah, poor Chihuahuas. You know, they're just so defenseless and bark at everything, and they're yeah. No, I don't like Chihuahuas. Yeah, they can't learn anything. Like their brains are too small. Like you can't train them. They'll just piss and shit anywhere. They don't they just don't. They're just not. It's just not a real dog to me. It really isn't. And somehow these are sacred dogs in Mexico. I'm like, how are these sacred? And you know, it's kind of like these white elephant things where it's a sacred animal, right? So if you give like a prince, or was it an Indian prince or something, a white elephant, then because it's so sacred that once it's given to them, they have to feed that elephant, and that elephant eats a lot of food, and they have to take care of it because it's sacred. So when you're giving someone a gift, you're really giving them a problem, but it's a sacred thing, and so it's a gift. But I'm just like, no, it's like you're giving me all this responsibility, and I have to because it's sacred, and it's just like for you to deny it would just be blasphemous, you know. Like, and it's the same thing with Chihuahuas in Mexico, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how people feel about it now. Dude, the Chihuahuas shouldn't even exist. Like, it makes no sense why they're even alive. Maybe that's the reason. Is to show us no matter how small you are, you can still somehow manage to survive, and um, somehow smell like a taco truck when you're warm. And you know, I was thinking, you know, if Chihuahuas smell like food when they're warm in the bed, like imagine how Chihuahuas smell like in like fucking California where it's hot as hell. Like, you know, they're so easy for a hawk to just swoop them and just pluck them from the earth and just take them and kill them, right? Like, what about other predators, like bigger dogs, you know, like I think they're easy to hunt because if that's the way they smell like when they're warm in the bed, if they're warm in the hot Californian sun, they don't like dogs don't need to hunt for other dogs. They just need to hunt for the smell of nachos and pizza. Or a chili cheese dog wrapper or something because that's what they smell like when they're so warm. It's just I'm like that's probably why Chihuahuas just that's another reason besides that they're small, like they smell like food. So like a wolf or whatever, like who knows what pizza and nachos and chili cheese dog, like they just have to follow that smell, and they don't even need to get that food. It's a Chihuahua. It will lead you to Chihuahua. So I'm considering like that's probably why they don't survive in the wild. It's not only because they're small, but because they smell like food when they're warm, and the hot Californian sun just bakes them like they're pizza fresh out of the oven for these other bigger mammals to just like eat them, and birds. It's like, yeah. Maybe she'd Uber Eats one those nights when everyone was sleeping. Oh, you mean the dog? The same way here a few years ago, some shop would sell horse meat pretending it was beef. Maybe they do Chihuahua ham and pizza. Oh my god, that's funny. They learn how to bark and bite an annoying way. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, they're just man. I was telling my friend Cosmic Threader about my hatred for Chihuahuas, and he was like, "That is so funny, Nova. Like, you should do stand up." I'm just like, it's not really me, but thank you. And I said here, like, if you want to do it, if you want to use my Chihuahua material, go ahead. Just as long as you credit me, I'll be fine. But yes, like, take it. Oh my god, I'm just Chihuahua. I told my friend Tim, if I have a Chihuahua as a spirit guide, I'm gonna be so mad. All right. You doing stand up would be a hidden gem. I agree, it would be a hidden gem. That'd be like. That's not the way I wanted it to look. The same way here a few years ago. Oh yeah, we already said that. Spirit animals. I don't know, spirit guide, spirit animal, whichever. I don't know if I have a spirit animal, to be fair. My mind would much prefer a cat or a big cat for a spirit animal. There was so much detail, but it just got lost. Look at all this detail. It got lost because I transformed it so much. I did a lot of work there, and I'm kind of disappointed, honestly. I guess I just have to be more careful. I could do the same thing again. It's just, I wish I didn't have to. So let me try that, actually. Give me a second. Is this even straight? This doesn't look straight. Wait, I wonder if I put it outside, if it would still... Let me try it. Oh, it does. It still saves it. It just moves it off the page. Oh, so I didn't even have to shrink it. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Let me double check. Okay, if I move it again, will it still be there? Oh my god. Man, I didn't even know that. That is so cool. Oh, this whole time I was shrinking it, and I thought I had to, otherwise it wouldn't save the image. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours? Holy shit. Yeah, but one day we could do a podcast and post on YouTube. Maybe one day. I don't know. You know my friend Scott? Scott Murphy? He actually did a podcast with John Binney. You know John Binney? Yeah, you did. You know Scott. Yeah, I think you did astrology for him a little bit. This is not exactly what I was going for, but maybe I need to make it smaller. See, the beauty of it being digital is I can resize things, but it's also the matter of like the canvas that I'm using is not even that big. I didn't make it that big. Oh, hey! Say his name and he appears. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we can talk a lot individually, collectively, even more for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't. That was perfect timing. Yeah. I haven't. I haven't watched this podcast yet. Podcast yet with John, but I can send it to you, HBC. I'm not sure. What was the podcast about? Do you remember what that was about, Scott? What were you talking about with John? Things are so strange, man. But in a good way. Wait, what am I talking about? I don't know. Do you like Chihuahuas, Scott? I need to stop using the bigger brushes. I need to use the small ones because I can get all more detail. No, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. I guess we could do that. Hey, that's a good idea. I'll try that. Whoa, whoa, that was okay. Um, I ended up having to redo a lot of my artwork because I kept on shrinking it and enlarging it, and it got lost in translation, and so a lot of the detail I did just disappeared. And now this is what the detail looks like. This is what it looks like now. All this work is just like little pixels. All that. That's what my work did. On my wings, my beautiful wings, they're all pixelated now. So I have to like, looks better when you look out. I'll zoom it, but still, it's like, I didn't get to preserve my detail and I'm upset. Yeah. I'm not a big fan. There's really strange, that's really strange looking and way too hyper. Wait, what? Oh, I think I missed something. Let me catch up. Oh wow, you guys have been talking. Okay. Hey HBC, how have you been? He asked me about my life and my journey, and we talked about our hopes and visions for the future. Aw, the Easter egg for me, say his name and he appears in line. Oh, I'm not a big fan. There's really strange. Oh, the dogs, the chihuahuas, really strange looking and way too hyper. Yes, I hate chihuahuas. Been doing all right, Scott. Rolling through life's challenges like a road with thumbtacks. Once in a while, popping up. Haha, I love it. HBC. How about you now? Because of Joe Hendry? I don't know that. Remembered something else. Doing well as of late after a long, strange year. Yeah. Finally hopeful again for the first time in many years. Oh, yes. And that was very fun and an amazing experience to be there for you while it happened. I need to fix the chat on the screen. It's like stuck. I don't know why. I don't know if it will update. We'll see if it updates. Oh yeah, there it is. I just got stuck for some reason. Kind of feel the same, Scott, about this year. Yeah. Man, I miss Glitch. I miss him so much. Oh yeah, hey, been a very interesting, powerful year already, and the potentials are growing by the week. Oh yes, they are. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Scott. Wait, what did I want to ask you? Oh yeah, I was talking to my friend, Cosmic Threader. Of course, we were talking about how much I hate chihuahuas. It was actually really funny, but we were talking about what starseed I could be, and I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know. And because he was asking me like, what kind are you, and or have you found out yet? And I'm just like, no. Every one I try to understand or go down the list, I can't find any that resonate. Hey Scott, your life path number, is it a 9? I forgot. Mine's a 5. My other friend, Jacques, he's also a 9. He hasn't been on my lives that often because of time zones. He's like 7 hours ahead of me. I think, I don't know if you met him, but he goes by Shadow Play Jack, I think. I wasn't sure if you were also a life path 9. And what's yours, HBC? I'm a 5. We're both 5s. Oh my god, no way. No way. Dude. My friend Cosmic Threader said he is going to meet, like he got this download, he is going to meet 3 people who are 5s. Oh my gosh. And it was just like, and then he met Serenity Moon. She's also been on my channel. I think her name on Instagram changes like from either like Fiona to Serenity Moon, and like, oh my gosh, I have to tell him because he said that he was going to meet another 5, like he was going to meet 3 5s. That is so cool. And 5 people in the chat. Wow. He'll be back. We'll go and get him if you do. We will literally, what we'll do to get him back, we'll bring an army of Chihuahua dogs to surround his home. And we'll just get them yapping, and then he'll have to come out of his house, out of his apartment. Oh my gosh. Oh. You know what? I bet like when Glitch does come back, like we're all gonna be crying. I just know it. We're all gonna be crying. He's gonna be crying. We're all gonna be crying. It's gonna be beautiful. But yeah, a lot of people have been needing help on their shadow work, and a lot of them relied on our friend Glitch. So, you know. Okay, now I got the outline fixed. Let me see if I can fit it without it going off the page. Okay, that kind of works. I realize even if I could do it like that, I actually want the wings to meet the outer edges of the canvas. And I think I made the wings too big because now I have to like slide it down like this. And I don't like that, but it's more or less what I wanted. So let me show you guys. Here. Do you see it, Scott? Let me move the chat box. Move. Is it locked? No, I should be able to move it. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it's moving. There we go. Now you can see it better. Yeah, you don't remember us saying that in Fairy's Lives? Wait, what are we saying in Fairy's Lives? You're a 9? You guess? If you like look it up, you should be able to know your life path. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. Like, whoa. Lots of 5s. And look, I've been tired and I can't believe I'm still not sleepy. I don't know what it is. Maybe there's some kind of thing about me where maybe I can't sleep because I need to like, express myself or something, or maybe I'm not like expressing myself enough or something. I don't know. Maybe I have like a battery that needs to recharge where it's not like a tired battery, but it's a battery of action, and maybe I just didn't do enough. I don't know. But like, not that I didn't do enough, like doing, but more like chilling, you know? And enjoying myself. Maybe that's the issue. Kind of makes sense though, because school and work, when I was working, couldn't sleep at all. And I still can't sleep now, but at least I'm doing something I want to do versus being tired as hell and having to push myself to do something that overworked me. So yeah, no, thank you. Where is it? There's something going on here with perspectives that I was trying to accomplish, and I can't remember what that was. Oops. I am so glad my friends are here. Let me catch up. How do I find out my life path number? I think you add up the month of birth, the day of birth, the year of birth, and then you do some basic numerology, right? So you would say you add up those numbers, right? Then you get like a 2-digit number. So let's say you added up your birth date together, like addition, and then you get the final answer. So let's say yours was 29, right? Then 2 plus 9 would equal 11, right? Wait, does it? Yes, it does. Okay. So there's like master numbers as a life path number. So if the 2 digits, I think, equal 11, I'm not sure. But anyway, let's just forget the forget the master numbers. Let's say if it was 32, right? Like if you got 32, that add 3 and 2, then your life path number is 5. Right? That's an example. If you just like Google it, or just like there's like a calculator, like you should be able to do it. Like put in your day and it'll tell you what your life path is. It's pretty cool. Some people can be life path 11s, 22s, or 33s, which I wonder what life that is, because I feel like that is so rare, you know? I feel like that's so rare. I don't know anyone who's a life path that's a double digit. Man, I think that's so cool that you're a 5 too. Maybe that's why we get along so well. I noticed I get along well with 5 and 9s. It's just always been a thing. I don't know. As I've gotten better friends and stuff, like they've always been 5s or 9s so far that I know of. I wonder what Glitch's number was. Fairy would know. She keeps track of that. But I don't want to mention it, you know. Posted the link saying so. Oh, the link tells you you're a 9. That's awesome. That's actually really hard. Like all the 9s that I know, like they talk about being a 9 and they say it's really difficult. Like it's one of the harder. I think it's honestly 5s and 9s. I think are one of the harder life paths to have. I think also because 9 is also quite rare, and I think so are 5s, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, I'm happy that we're both 5s. You're a 1, Chad Leo? One is a Chad number. Giga Chad would be 111. No, but can we reverse engineer and find, I don't know, celebrities, well-known people with birth dates who would match that? Yes, you can. I don't know who, but there are some celebrities, yeah, that I don't know who keeps track of that, but if you just look and you can figure it out. Sometimes if you look at people's biography, you can find their astrology information, which I don't feel comfortable making that public, if anything, because you can learn a lot about a person through their astrology. And so even though a birth date is something that, you know, people may not realize its significance, like it kind of does and it kind of is, because you could do a lot of getting to know a person just looking at the chart. But not everyone is nice about it. Some people are nefarious and will use a chart to do that. But yes, you can see other celebrities or important people who share your life path, definitely. And you know, numerology and astrology go well together too. So that's what how you find your life path number. That's numerology. Did you know that? I thought you would know. Like, Scott, I'm remembering our conversation last night, and I'm just laughing again. Oh man, I would laugh a little bit too on stream because of the chihuahuas. Like, because chihuahuas, when they get really warm, they smell like nachos and Domino's pizza. And I made a joke that when chihuahuas are out there in California and they're such an easy target because they're small, like the other predators, all they have to smell is like, because they kind of cook. I don't know. It's like a warm chihuahua is like a fresh pizza out of the oven. Like, they smell like food. They smell like nachos. They smell like pizza. And I'm not even just talking about like plain Jane pizza. I mean, it's like the spices. It smells like the spices in the nachos. It smells like the spices in the pizza. It smells like the spices in chili. Like, and I'm thinking, this is how they smell when they're asleep and they're warm and toasty. When they're out there in the hot Californian sun, like they smell like food. Like, I don't know why they do that, and especially why does Domino's pizza smell like dog? I don't understand. And it just baffles me how chihuahuas are even like alive. They're so defenseless and so small, and they judge anything that is bigger than them. They judge them. They're scared, and they can't be trained. They piss and shit anywhere. They have tiny ass brains, and they bark, and they love the sound of their own barks. They just don't stop. It's so strange. I'm like, how does their voice, like their vocal cords, just not tire out? Like, I don't know. Like, you'll never see a well-behaved chihuahua. If you think a chihuahua is well-behaved, it's not. You know why? Because that chihuahua is just so scared that it's just not doing anything. It's not barking. It's not wagging its tail. It's not moving. And you think, oh, that's a well-behaved chihuahua. No, that's a chihuahua that's scared as fuck. So, and you can't do anything with a chihuahua. Like, they do nothing good. Like, they're just bad. They're just bad. But it's okay because they could be killed easily because they're small. So you know, all it takes is a hawk, you know, to just look at it, or a bigger dog to like say, I smell pizza, and it's a Chihuahua. Where is it? Um, why is it making this weird ass triangle? Oh, it's that's weird. I never noticed that. Why is it making the marching ants around the triangle? Huh. That's weird. I've never, I don't know, maybe it's the way okay. Maybe try it the other way. Let's see if it does it. Okay, great. Is the transformation tool here? Great. Now I can shrink it so it can match the rest of everything else. Ta-da! I need to learn more about digital sketching, but I'm glad I learned something I didn't before, because that way I can avoid losing detail, because, man, I was so disappointed when I found out I lost detail. Where's the deselection? They don't have a deselection? Oh, that's delete. Does delete the selection, or, oh, fuck. I thought it deletes these fucking marching ants. It doesn't go away. I have to get my keyboard. Control D. There you go. We figured it out. Glitch said he was 11? No, you're kidding. He's 11? Let me catch up in the chat. Okay, difficult in what way? Well, people who are 9s say that it's a very lonely path. They say that there's not many people that can relate to them. They have a lot of challenges in life. 5 has the least direction and is probably the most chaotic. No! Oh my god, really? Holy shit. 9s are closing many contracts and timelines in a single life, usually, and often have the most difficult and frequent challenges. Yeah, so basically, yes. Most difficult. Damn, I don't want to live a chaotic life. Maybe with some magic I can fix it. Yeah, from Bo's dream interpretation back then, that was what he told me. He told you that you were a 9 back then? This could be the life where I finish paying my dues. Yep. According to your chart, the 5 sounds right as well with what I saw. Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah. That my life path being a 5 and my astrology pretty much sums it up, yeah. Exactly. That definitely makes sense to me. Very good. My guides went over the meaning of me in depth when I was going through my downloads, because I'm not just a 5, but I carry the 55 in my core. Us 5s have to stay together, Scott. 5s and 9s, we gotta stay with each other. Oh, the meaning of it with me. Hold on. The meaning of it with me in depth when I was going through my downloads. Okay, yeah. Nice. They really do. They never stop yipping. The Chihuahua is faking it until you make it. Yes. Almost, yeah. Very cool stuff. I love finding out how much of life there is to learn about. You found a 33 guy? Wow. Wait, if the sum is 33, wouldn't it be 6, right? No. If the sum... Wait, I'm not sure. I think... No, actually, I don't think so. I think if the number... adds to 33 without adding it at the end. I think that's how it works, but I'm not sure. But I think so. Because I think I remember with the way mine added up, if I did not have to add up my numbers, I would have had a master number. I think I would have been an 11, I think. But because... No, wait, hold on. I don't know what I'm talking about. Forget it. I don't know. But you'll have to figure it out. I think there's a different formula for master numbers. I forgot how it is. But yeah. 2304. What do you mean 20? Oh, that's the way you type dates where you're from, I guess. It's 33. No, it would still be 33. In core universal numerology, repeating patterns magnify the energy, not transform it. The only path indeed, LMAO. No one told me about wrapping up my karma, but also the most rewarding and capable of the greatest potentials. Woo. Yeah, potential. Mine feels like it is being wasted at the moment, but not for long, damn it. Shall I tell who is 33? I'm not sure I understand. Yeah, I don't know if I understand either. But I think if it equals 33 without adding it up again, like you're asking me, would it be 33 or 6? I think it would be 33 still. Because I think so. I think Scott would know, right? I think you said it, right? Like it would be a 33 and not a 6 if... Yeah, whatever, yeah. Yeah. Because if you were to add a number again that's already a master number, then it's not possible to have another master number. So I think it is a 33. Unless I'm wrong. But I think I might be okay. My cat is still hungry. I'm kind of considering that I might take longer to finish this. Okay, I do not remember doing this little doodle here. I do not remember that. Oh shit, didn't want to do that. So 33, the invisible man. He is a peacemaker indeed. Is that what 33 is about? Peace? No, the dude is, oh. Okay. By the way, how was your food, HBC? Now you're looking to find master numbers. All things in perfect timing. If your path has not yet opened, it is because those who it is meant for are not yet prepared to receive it. Okay. You know what I just realized? Sometimes my art looks like crop circles. I just realized that what I just did, like it almost looks like something that could be a crop circle or something like that. Oh, and I just like, I don't know, that idea just came to my mind right now. There was a cartoon I watched when I was younger called Invader Zim. And there was this funny bit in the show where this kid is investigating crop circles, and then when he goes there, there's a cow. There's just a single lone cow just rolling around in a field, and that was producing the crop circles. And I just thought that was so funny. It's just like. Because it's like the idea, oh, it's mystical, it's magical. What is this? It's a crop circle with no apparent reason as to why it's here. And then you just see like a goofy ass cartoon cow just rolling around, and it created the circles. It's funny. Very true, but I'm impatient. However, I understand the timing of things. Yeah, believe I am as well. This has been the hardest lesson of all for me, and it only gets harder the closer we get to a true breakthrough. Oh yeah. But you know what makes it easy is when you got friends. I can say that. Fair. If you let your mind relax and see time in centuries as a smallest scale, we're actually moving very rapidly. Oh, true Nova, cool as fuck. You getting the alien downloads, true Scott. I was just gonna say, this proves you're an alien. Cows are alien technology. So then, I have a question. Would that technically mean that crop circles are alien light language? If you think about it, I think it is, right? That's light language. So does that mean like people who can like read light language or whatever, like they could find out what the crop circles are saying? And what are the crop circles saying though? Like if I think about it, what would they be saying? Their messages, or maybe they're not messages, maybe they're like codes or something? A gift for humanity? Has anyone thought of that? I've never heard anyone say that. Never thought about light language tied to crop circles. Yeah. Well, light language could also be like a drawing or like gibberish words or language. Like it. I mean, like when it's done visually, you know. But it's not about what it looks like. It's about like the energy it gives off. It's just things can look a certain way or sound a certain way. So I never thought of that before. Light language kind of symbolized geometry too. Yeah. I have a lot of like geometric type of stuff in my, even when I was young I did a lot of stuff like this, but not as complicated. I thought this was on 2.5. Oh, by the way, Scott, I sent HBC the Terrence Howard podcast. They are encoded symbols that our souls recognize as things we've seen from our galactic lives and other star systems, and they help open our imagination to other realms of life. That is so beautiful. Do aliens have imagination? Or are we special because we have imagination? HBC, you're funny. I'm saying that because you put the 1 times 1 equals 2. Some surely do. Oh shit. Wait, how come we didn't get those other pieces? It should have gotten them. No, never mind, I fucked it up. I don't want to expand the width. I want to expand the selection. No, that's okay. That's the opposite of what I wanted. Fuck. Ah. Okay, hold on. Let me try again. Trying to make it fit better without making it too big. I wish I had like an easy deselection tool, but it doesn't. I think that's so strange. It doesn't already come with a deselection option. I need to go grab my keyboard. We could discuss that here. 1 times 1 equals 2 or not. I mean, the way he breaks it down makes more sense to me than our math books, honestly. Wording wise, it would make sense to be 1. Well, he says that 1 times 1 equals 2 because multiplication means more. So if you're multiplying something, that it should have to be more. So it can't be 1. That's what he was saying. That's what multiplication means. It means to multiply, to make more. So how is it that 1 times 1 equals 1 when it should actually equal 2? That was his reasoning, if that made sense. That's what Terrence Howard was talking about. Like, we see 1 only 1 time. However, words are a creation that is limited. A multiplication means becoming more than what it is, yeah. Yes, but the logic isn't reflected in nature. It's just taking something a certain amount of times. It's increasing it by that number of it. You're increasing 1 by a factor of 1, therefore it must increase in value. When it comes to life if a man multiplies with a woman, then they become 3. At the same time, they add 1, so it's 2. But the new human at the end result multiplication, so it could be 1, 2. That's another way of seeing it, yeah. Because the man and the woman were already present, right? Okay, yeah, I see. The Billy Carson also did a podcast with Joe Rogan, HBC. I didn't send it to you, but maybe you'd be interested in that. It's really awesome. Yeah, Scott loved it. He loved both of them, both with Terrence Howard and Joe Billy Carson. don't confuse him by telling him what's 1 times 1. Hi, Battle Guy, you're back. Okay, okay, that's where we are. I think a short from that is in my feed right now. Yeah, it was in my feed as well. Oh, Battle Guy, what's your life path number? Do you know what your life path is? You were just talking about it. I think I might have to zoom in because the print is so small. Alright, cool. So this is what it's looking like so far. I want to outline it more. You don't actually know. Oh, HPC can tell you. Man, I don't actually like being a 5. I don't like it. Hold on, why is this not symmetrical? No, it is symmetrical. Okay. I think. No, it's symmetrical. I better not confuse myself. It's symmetrical. No, it's not. It's not. I see it. Right there. It's not the same. How could this happen? Oh my god. I must have twisted it on accident. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hold on. I must have rotated it on accident. Whoa. I'm glad I caught that. Otherwise it wouldn't have been perfect. Okay. Maybe I need to put in these other rulers. That might help. Okay, I see. That is very strange. No, no, that's the way it's supposed to be. Okay, I see. I think the thing itself is also not necessarily, because these things should be in alignment, but if I put it in the center, no, I guess it's fine. I think it's okay. Damn it, it keeps moving every time I lift my pen because I'm going to assume the best, and assuming that it's worked, that's okay. Two plus 9, 29. Okay, hold on. You were born, you need the day, okay. Too bad you chose it. If I decided to, what? It's still not centered. Stop. Why? Gosh. I could tell because it just goes off. It's, come on. What is the secret formula? What am I missing? Okay, maybe I'll... Shit. Let's see if there's... You know what? I don't think it's wrong. I think maybe the other thing is wrong. That's the one thing I don't like about Clip Paint Studio is that if I wanted a better symmetry tool and better options, I have to pay more money. But that's because they upgraded it. But since I already had the first version, I could, instead of having a subscription for the second version, I could actually just pay a one-time fee, which is great. But not great for people who don't already have it, because then they gotta pay a subscription, which is just awful. Because that's what I like Clip Paint. It's because I didn't have to buy a subscription. And then they just change it up on people and say, oh, you gotta buy a subscription for... And it's still fucking not right. I'm gonna like lose my mind over this. Please, please be in alignment. Okay, hopefully this works. If this doesn't, then I'm giving up. Let me try it again. Shit! Come on, man. I don't deserve this. It's fine. It's fine. Here's something else I could try. Some problem solving. Let me change the direction of this. Can I change the angle? The angle isn't even like... What the fuck? That's weird. Okay, I see it. Okay, I see why it's not aligned. I might be able to still fix it. I just didn't notice that before. Let me move the placement and then move the angle. Then maybe this time it'll work. Okay, I think we got it. We got it, yay! You guys are talking about your life path. What's the meaning behind the numbers? Is that what's on the website? I found it. Okay, so what is his life path? What was it? Was it 7? 7 means intelligence. Cool. Yeah, of course, yeah. No problem. We were talking about life paths because I just wanted to know what Scott was, and HPC didn't know what that was, and then Scott told him, and then you want to know what that is, and so we're telling you. Yeah, I need to zoom in because it's too small not to zoom in. Okay, so you are 7. I don't know. I haven't sold the only art that I've ever sold. No, I've sold 2. I sold one to my sister's husband because I did a drawing of a skull in charcoal, in senior year. But my first drawing I've ever sold was to our friend Glitch. It was really nice. It was really nice of him too. Like, that was like really like, and I think I was still struggling with agoraphobia at the time. I think I was super fucking shy. Like, I couldn't even like go to the post office. Like, I got so nervous. I was just so scared. And oh my God, I remember being in line telling myself, it's okay, it's fine, it's fine. You're just gonna do something you never done before. And I remember Glitch was like, I made him wait like what, like 4 weeks before I actually did it. Before I sent it, I actually had it, but like I made him wait a long time. But it was so sweet of him. I don't know what he did with it, but it was just like he didn't have to, and it was just good memories. So every time he sees that artwork, he's gonna think of me. Man, Glitch was so funny. He was so funny. That looks like the stuff you're into drawing. Oh, skulls, yeah. I was in a portrait class and we were drawing skulls for anatomy. Need to practice with charcoal more? It's all right. I don't think charcoal's that great. Nova could go to Upwork and Fiverr to be a thumbnail designer when not. I could, but I just it doesn't resonate. I had a friend of mine try to like force, like, I wouldn't say force me, but he was being really pushy about me making like my own money and stuff, and I kind of I do actually have an account set up, but I just don't feel comfortable like doing that. It's because it's with random people that I like. I'm sensitive, but regardless of all the other things I feel, I just don't resonate with it. Like, I just don't feel like it's for me right now. Like, even though there's so much flexibility and freedom with it, and I haven't even told you guys this, like, the nightmare story I had. Like, I don't mean nightmare like a dream. I mean like an experience I had. And it was weird. Oh my gosh. Because you don't know that you're going to get some weird ass people. And I've had experiences where I've met weird ass people that like dangerous people. You know, like just like people that are just not stable. Asking like for my either like with my dream interpretation or my tarot, and it was just awful. Like, it's just I don't know, like it's just like that happened to me, and I was it drained my energy. Like, my friend at the time, like he had to write things that I would never write to these people. I think, what was it, the tarot one? I remember the dream interpretation. What was the tarot one? Oh no, yeah, it was only one of them. That was the dream interpretation guy. And yeah, my friend had to like write up something that I would never say to a person because it got that extreme, and this dude was just not a good dude. And my friend was like, here, let me just copy paste, like, this guy, you know, like, he'll leave you alone, you know. And I just You know, and I was like, this is so mean. I don't want to tell him this stuff. And it's like, but he needs to, because this is the kind of people you deal with. And it's just, and he's more experienced with people who are unhinged like this. So he's really good at putting his foot down and just saying, no, stop it. And just, but like sometimes you have to be assertive. Like, and it was more assertive than I was comfortable with. But like, it was honestly like the situation got that way. And it's like, I needed to stop it. It was weird. Did you buy Paul's book? No, I can't find it. I don't think I had money to buy his book at the time. Um, but I wish I did. But I didn't have money, not even for the digital copy. Um, but I tried looking for it on Amazon and it's not there. I remember looking for it, it's not there. I don't know. Do you know if it's still there? Like, if you bought it on Amazon, you can like go through your history and you can see it. I don't know if they're still selling it. I don't. I remember Glitch would like do a little like funny like commercial bit for his book. It was cute. But that's good. Like that's Glitch's like the first stuff he was talking about and saying. There were transcripts of the videos where that was in his book. And like the information there is so great. I mean, I know it is because it's the same thing that he showed us on the videos, but it's in a book. I kind of wish I did though. Yeah, after a while I couldn't find it. I tried searching on Amazon, I couldn't find it. I take forever with a lot of my pictures too, especially if it's for someone else. What nightmare experience? Oh yeah. So here's the nightmare experience. Oh boy. So I was doing tarot for a friend for fun, right? And she was like, oh, hey, I have this other friend. And this dude didn't so much want a tarot reading as much as this guy wanted a girlfriend. And he was just being creepy. He's just like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like, as a woman, I just, the red flags were showing up. He was making me an offer, you know, for him and his friends, and that he could pay me more, what's it? Like, repetitively, like, I don't know what the word, like, what's that word? I don't want to say sustainable. It's not sustainable income. It's not necessarily reliable income, but like basically there was like a business deal almost, right? And he kept on asking me things like, "Oh, what do you look like?" and this and this, and he just wouldn't shut up about what I looked like, and he just like, and it was just, and he was just pretending, like, I wouldn't say pretending, but he kind of gave off this vibe that, oh, I'm a really sweet person, I'm a really nice guy, but he's really just like desperate as fuck, and it's just, it just felt icky. It felt wrong. It was weird, and I remember telling my friend who like mentioned this. I was like, hey, you know that friend you told me about? Like, I don't really like the way he's making me feel. And she's like, oh my gosh, I know what's going on. He does this a lot, and yeah. Then that was uncomfortable and weird. And then what ended up happening was she was DMing him, telling him to leave me alone, and then he's just icky. He's just weird. Like the way he reacted to that was weird. He was like why don't you want me to talk to, he's talking about me, like, well, why don't you want me to talk to her, like, why are you saying this and that, we already have a business deal and this and that, like, why are you jealous, do you like me too? Like, he literally said that, oh, you must like me too if you don't want me to be with her, or to talk to her, or have like this and that. And it was just like, he's just like this weird, it's just weird, insecure, nice guy, not a good guy, nice guy type vibes, and it's just like his reaction was, and I had to like block him and shit like that. It's just like, it's just, it was just, it was gross. It's, but my friend already like took care of it, and I, and then like after I blocked him, he literally like made another account so that he could try again, and I'm just ew, just gross. Like no, I didn't like that. And my friend, like he was giving my friend a hassle because he's got like this attitude. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but you know the type. Like you know the type. I don't know if you know the type, but uh, I don't know. I don't know. It's some strange people. And then the other one was way worse. So here was the other thing with the dream interpretation. So there's this guy I met a long time ago, and we had a really good conversation about dreams, and like I friended him, and like we haven't really spoken in a long time, you know, whatever. But like we kind of got along for that time, and it was alright. And then um, he just messages me out of the blue. When did this happen? January. I think this might have maybe like happened in February. No, maybe not. Maybe it was last year. It was probably last year in March, I think. And he was just like, "Oh, hey, I remember you do dream interpretation, and I was wondering, um, if you could do something for me. I don't have that much money." And I was like, "Okay, well, I'll work with you, you know, like I need practice anyway. So if you, even if you don't have money, you know, that's okay. Or if you like only have $1, whatever, like I just want to practice. I'm okay, you know. It's really hard for me to find people who have dreams I can interpret. Um, I might have to like maybe look on forums or something online in general to just see instead of asking people or just seeing, but not a lot of people I met don't dream that often, so it's hard for me to like get practice. So I was like, sure, okay, we'll do this, you know. And um, and here's a lesson that I learned. So HBC, if you're doing dream interpretation, here's some red flag advice I can give you. If you do the dream interpretation and you find out from their dreams they have a black and white mentality, they have a very like dysfunctional male energy, like obedience and like this militant, forceful type of thing. If there's symbols showing their inability to change and grow, or if there's symbols or anything having to do with this person is struggling to change, and every dream that you get is like the same fucking message about how this dude needs to change, about how this dude is, it's like all the red flags. This dude has a mind, he doesn't want to change. He like spirituality or anything like that, like expression, things like that deters him. Like he doesn't like that in the dream, like where he doesn't have, like the dreams are showing him about himself, and you start to see this guy's character, and this guy, he's got like all these red flags. And at first I thought, well, you know, if he's, you know, wanting dream interpretation, then maybe he wants to improve himself, or maybe, you know. And then it wasn't until like hindsight later when I realized, wait a second, when shit hit the fan, I was like, you know what, maybe next time I do someone's dream interpretation and I find out they have all these red flags of all this person's character, I probably shouldn't be doing business with them, because this person's crazy, you know. And oh my goodness. And so what ended up happening was he has this black and white mentality. He like is not interested in spirituality. He has this like militant, like it's like all this dogma and like program. It's like someone at their lowest point who is just not even like a compassionate thing. It's just more like everything that life could give him from within he doesn't have that. Like, no ability to change. No, like, I don't know how to explain it. There was certain dreams, certain symbols in the dream where it's like, this dude is a basically victimhood is basically how I say it. I guess that's the best way I could say it. It's like victimhood mentality. This is the level his consciousness is at. This was the person I was working with in this dream interpretation, and so I did, I think, maybe 3 or 4 dreams, whatever, and he gave me like a couple of dollars or $1 or whatever per the dream. And like when I did his first dream, he was like, wow, that makes total sense. I can't believe like you were like so accurate. Like, this is amazing because this is my life and this is how it is and this and that. And I was telling him, okay, you got this and this problem, and okay, well, you have this gift here, and things like that. And but basically his victimhood is just making it impossible for him to like change, have a better life, and just improve in general. This dude is like victim mentality all over the place. Like, all the dreams were basically victimhood, right? And how he needs to change his perspective, and how he needs to take responsibility, and how he needs to improve himself, basically. And all the dreams are showing that what he's doing in the dream is that he's avoiding the things he should be doing, you know? And that's what the symbolism is showing up in the dream. Like, because this is his character, but also in the dream time, he's also making decisions his victim mind character would take. All right. And I just was compassionate, and I just wanted to help him and this and that. And at first it was like, oh, thank you, you're such a good friend, and this and that, and you're really helping me, and it seemed really positive, and like he had someone to talk to, and then things get progressively worse and worse and worse, like with every dream, and who he was and stuff. And as he tells me, he's like, he opens up more and he tells me more about his life, because dream interpretation kind of requires you, to be honest with yourself, and about your problems and things like that, and the people that show up in your dream and stuff like that. And so this was basically almost the same thing with the other guy, like being like hyper fixated on a girl, and this was like way worse. So he fell in love with this girl who has a boyfriend, and this boyfriend is the macho, jealous, violent type, right? And he has a crush on this girl, and the boyfriend hates him because he feels like he's going to take his girl. And honestly, he's right, because he is interested in her, but he okay. So this dude I was doing the dream interpretation for, I feel awkward saying this, but he really likes this girl's feet, and he told me he fell in love with her because she let him rub her feet, and he's just been infatuated ever since, basically. Yeah, okay. And he made it seem like, before I knew like all this like drama attached to this relationship he liked with this girl, he made it seem like, oh, her and I are just friends, and he made it seem like she was single, and that like he made it seem like she was just this girl that he fell in love with, and that she was single. But then I find out, oh wait, she's got a jealous, toxic ex, and oh wait, she keeps getting in abusive relationships, or wait, apparently she like sleeps around a lot, and then and that, if she does like him, she can't do anything about it because she's got a jealous boyfriend, that would like beat her up if she's around another dude, right? And just like, it's just all this ugly drama, and I'm just like, what the fuck, And then I remember doing a little bit of tarot and just like it was awkward for me because he does it's like it's one thing when you do tarot for a person, but like when you are getting someone into a situation and you don't tell them what the situation is like, it didn't really make sense because the tarot was saying before I knew all this shit, like, okay, you guys are good friends and this and that, and things might actually get better and stuff like that. But like, if he would have told me all the shit that's happening around that situation, I would have gotten different cards. I would have chosen maybe a different spread. I would have been able to make better decisions on how I divine, you know, this thing. And so I was confused at first, because it was all this good news and stuff. I was like, well, does because I'm like, I don't have cards that go into shit like my general cards, like my general cards that I use for readings. Those don't go into the ugly drama bullshit that he's in, and I didn't know he was in ugly drama bullshit. So, you know, I felt like because he wasn't honest with me, the reading wasn't exactly accurate because I wasn't given the right information to work with, and the cards that I work with for general readings, and like it doesn't talk about things like that. You know, it just, you know, so it's like it wasn't that it was necessarily wrong. It was just like I just didn't have the right tools for the job because you didn't tell me what the job was and you didn't make it make more sense. And he was just messaging me and telling me about how his life sucks and this and that and how he really misses this girl and how it's unfair and you know and like he just gets emotionally, like, I'm okay if a dude, you know, cries or is emotional. Look, I get it. Life is hard. I'm an advocate for men's mental health, but this dude was just victim. It's just like, dude, you know, like he's just not even being honest. And like, and when I look at the whole thing, I'm like, dude, just love yourself. Just focus on yourself. Like, you don't need this girl who's obviously not healthy anyway, who this and that, and then he gets jealous too, and it's just weird. And then oh my god, and like he was messaging her on Facebook and then he was so happy, and then her boyfriend like blocked him on her account, like got into her account and blocked him, and then he was so mad. And then by the time he finds her again or sees her again, she sees her with his ex, with her ex. She sees her with her ex, and he gets so mad because he tries to say hi to her and then she says nothing. And then like they met at a grocery store, and then he told, because their families know each other, and his mom was like, hey, how was so and so, this girl, you know, you said hi to her or whatever. And he said he just lied to her and he said, oh, she called me a jerk or she called me freak, when in fact she said nothing to him. And she said that because she was jealous that she was back with her ex. And it's just like, dude, like, she's in a toxic ass relationship. Like, what do you expect? No, like, what the fuck? And then so what happens is that his mom gets mad and like starts arguing with this girl that he has a crush on because he lied about what he said to her when in fact she said nothing. And it was just like weird. It was just like holy shit. Yeah, exactly. And then guess what? He was also telling me like he does art too, right? And and he was saying that he needed money because I don't know, he made it seem like he had bills to pay or something like that. And he was asking me, hey, if you know anybody who's interested in the art that I do or whatever, like, okay, you know, send them over and stuff, right? And I was like, okay, sure, you know. I also do art too. I understand, you know, if I see anybody or know anybody who'd be interested, like, yeah, sure. And then he was making money, and so the money he used for art, he used to pay me. But here's the thing he didn't tell me till later. He lied to people that he was desperate and needed bills to pay so that way he could get more commissions for his artwork. You know, so like he basically lied to people for his money and then used that money to pay me. You know, and I didn't like that, and I didn't like that he was lying, because he was also telling me something too, like because he did the same thing for me, like he did the same thing to me too. He told me that, oh, like he wanted me to feel bad for him so that way either I can get more to his business or that I would pay for his business. Like I would feel bad for, that's his stick. Like he's scamming people by saying, oh, woe is me, I need money to pay this and that and blah blah blah. And it's like, and I didn't like that. And like he told me that like around the end and stuff, and it's just, and then of course this dude is just like, I don't know, he's just obsessive, and you know, because he wasn't that spiritual too, so I don't think he like kind of understood like what tarot was about, or even just spirituality, like the art of it is like alchemy and improving yourself and being a better person. But like all of his dream interpretation was telling me is like, this dude, he's not the least bit interested in spirituality, or not the least bit like he's suffering from this because he needs more like this water element into his life. He needs to feel his emotions, he needs to express himself, he needs to like use his gifts, he needs to, you know, be happy, he needs to take responsibility for his life, he needs to, it's all these different things, and it's just showing like all these issues that he's having, and his subconscious mind is telling you like, hey dude, you need to do something about your fucking life because that's why it sucks, you know. But you know, to be fair, he did have a hard childhood, you know, and that was definitely shown. And then so like half of it was just the lies that he wasn't being honest to me about, the lies that he didn't confess until like at the end, and then me getting roped into like all of his bullshit because he's emotionally like unstable and a victim, and he just wants someone to complain to, when obviously he just needs to move on and stay away from this girl, and he needs to be a man because he's a man baby, he's a man child, like he's yeesh, you know. For a little bit it seemed like he might have been interested, you know, in improving himself, but he's just so fixated on this girl that it's just oh my god. And it's just weird. And what else happened? Yeah, and then he's like started to complain to me about things he refuses to change, and about how this and that, and that life is bad, and this, and it's just like, at first I was just being his friend, and then he just kind of ropes me into his bullshit, and I'm just like, no, I don't want to, like I can be there for a friend, but like this is too much, and you're lying to me, and like I'm finding out more stuff of how like dysfunctional you are, and it's like, look, I can be your friend and I can be there to like help you in your dream interpretation, whatever I can help you with, but like if you're not willing to help yourself, and if you want to be stuck as a victim, if you want to obsess over someone who obviously, you know, isn't even a healthy enough person to be in a relationship, like you got other things to worry about, dude. Like, you know, it's, I don't know, it's just, but I was always being this like, okay, I'm listening, I'm kind, and this and that, and then I tell my friend about it. I'm like, hey, my friend, like this other friend who I told him about, he's like, okay, let me help you. I need you to say this to him, and I'm gonna type this, and I know you're not gonna like it because you're a nice, sweet person, but this is what you need to tell people who are like this. And it was kind of mean, but it was necessary. And like and I, you know, he it was over Discord, so I shared my screen showing him like what he would say, what he would do, because this friend of mine, he's dealt with crazy people like this his whole life, and he has a zero bullshit tolerance. And if it wasn't for him, like I don't know what I would have done or who I would have gone to for help, because people that are this scummy and this like victimhood and these drama filled people, like they take people like me who are kind and sweet and they rope me into their shit. And I don't want to be roped into the shit. And that's what I was telling my friend. And he was like, okay, you got to stop this now. You can't, you did enough. This is that. Like, I heard enough. Like, I get it. I understand. You don't deserve this. All right. So let me help you. Right. And then guess what this guy did? So I sent him that mean message, but it was what he needed to hear. And he basically went ape shit and he threatened to throw acid on his crush because he couldn't get her. And I don't think it was anything like I didn't tell him to kill himself or anything like that, but like this is the level of insanity this guy is. He wants to kill himself every day. He's suicidal, he's depressed, he's anxious, he's stressed over this girl, he's obsessed over this girl, and he's a victim, and he's just like I don't want to call him a loser, but like, you know what I mean? It's just this is not a healthy person. This is a person who needs to get their shit together. Like it's, oh my god, and I forgot. I think he said something to me. I can't remember. But like he basically threatened to throw acid on this girl, and he lives nearby her, and he totally could if he wanted to. And some people are really this crazy that yeah, and but that's the thing. These crazy people, like they threaten to like when they hear something they don't like, they threaten with like violence or something stupid and idiotic, and they just might actually do it because they're batshit crazy. And I had to report it to Discord because Discord has low tolerance for like terrorism or anything like that, or users like inciting violence or whatever. Like, and you can do that, and I actually didn't know that. My friend told me that, and so that was cool because if I had done anything and put my foot down and that had happened to me, I would not know what to do, and I would feel bad for this girl, because shit, like, don't throw acid on people, dude. What the fuck, so basically, the police are going to get involved because that's what happens. And yeah, and I did tarot on it like, I think, I don't know, maybe like 2 weeks later, and I asked what happened to him, and basically, it said that he had to answer for the things that he said, like he had